Fireball. Freeze.
Doom!
Doom? 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 What in the world is Doom? Did she say Doom?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
try to Maurice, you try.
There's nothing.
Maurice, you try to search the air. You try to
It's
search
telling
the
me to come back. You have a flashlight too. Oh, that's right, I do.
Your batteries appear to be dead.
Really? I am the Space Quest historian. So, Police Quest 3. Where do I even begin with this thing? I usually try to come up with some sort of pseudo-clever opening line, or at least something that sets the stage for what kind of moment we're about to have together, but I'm at a loss with this one. This game is such a weird experience because nothing really holds together. The plot has no idea where it wants to go, so it just kind of gives up about 3/4 of the way through. And the gameplay is a hair-pulling combination of utter tedium and frustrating gotcha moments that honestly would have stopped me from playing it 20 minutes in if I hadn't promised everyone I was going to do a video about it. So, where do we even begin? Well, okay, let's start with our lead protagonist and his frankly bewildering journey through the ranks of Lytton PD. He started out as a low-ranking beat cop in the first game, moved on to detective in the second game, and now between Police Quests 2 and 3, he's been promoted yet again to detective sergeant. How he can keep climbing the rungs of the police force absolutely baffles me. And that's not an indictment of his work ethic or his commitment to his profession, because Lord knows he's got that in spades. Too much, if you ask me. It's just the reasons why he keeps getting promoted are tenuous to the point of just being astoundingly absurd. Getting promoted to detective between the first and the second game already seemed like a bit of a stretch, but in hindsight, I guess you could say that he at least had an active involvement in bringing the main baddie to justice. Granted, all he did was dress up as a pimp and duck under a table while 3 undercover detectives took care of the actual dirty work, but at least he did lead said detectives to the perpetrator. Why the brass at the police department felt the need to send a beat cop with no undercover experience into that hornet's nest wearing a suit that would have made 70s era John Travolta blush with embarrassment when they had not 1, not 2, but 3 seasoned detectives on hand is a fairly insane decision that's never explored, but I digress. His promotion to Detective Sergeant between the second and third game, however, stretches the line of believability to, and well beyond, breaking point. At the end of the second game, Bonds literally gunned down a suspect in a secluded sewer maintenance room without any witnesses other than his kidnapped girlfriend, and somehow this highly suspicious application of deadly force was not only dismissed by Internal Affairs after just 3 days of investigation as being completely justified, but apparently also led to a prestigious promotion. I mean, you can claim self-defense all you like, but if your only witness to a shooting is your girlfriend tied to a chair while your chain-smoking partner was off picking his nuts somewhere else, you'd think there would be at least, questions. But no, the term conflict of interest is glaringly absent from the series' vocabulary. Bonds is now rocking a more powerful badge of authority than ever before, and his long-suffering girlfriend, now wife, Marie, continues her streak of living up to the woman in refrigerator stereotype as if it's the role she was born to play. Fresh off the heels of being kidnapped at gunpoint by a mass-murdering psychopath and dragged halfway across the country fully expecting to take a bullet to the face, she spends the vast majority of her on-screen presence in this game in a coma, following a vicious stabbing at the hands of a satanic drug cult. The whole angle with the murderous cult and their preoccupation with old Lucifer is set up to be this vast conspiracy of unimaginable terror until the final moments when the game sort of forgets all about it and never bothers wrapping it up in any meaningful, coherent way. And even if it did, it all comes across as being written by someone who attended a PMRC hearing in the late 80s and came away convinced that everyone who's ever listened to a Judas Priest record must be a homicidal psychopath. We'll circle back to all of this in a bit. Sonny is, for some reason, assigned to the case of his wife's stabbing because, quote, he wouldn't be able to leave it alone anyway, which just goes to prove how few shits anyone on the force gives about conflicts of interest. His stupendously useless partner from the last game, Keith McCancerface, is notably absent from this game, replaced by another equally stupendous useless specimen named Pat Morales, who has creepy lizard eyes, a hot temper, and, much like her predecessor, will take any excuse to ditch Sonny and leave him to do all the work. She also couldn't be telegraphed more clearly as a double-crossing, blow-snorting, Satan-worshipping headcase if she had devil horns and a permanent white powder mustache under her nose, but we'll get back to that in due time as well. She makes a great first impression by being brought in for a disciplinary review about being verbally abusive to suspects, and then later the same day by being verbally abusive to a pregnant lady she pulled over on the highway. Despite her obvious proclivity for insubordination, for some reason the captain assigns her as your partner because obviously you'd want the loosest cannon available to assist you in this highly sensitive, not to mention inappropriately personal, case of your wife's attempted murder. Even though an officer is already combing the scene of the crime, he's really not very good at it because he keeps wandering up and down the same 6 feet of the parking lot, so Sonny cracks out his own flashlight and gives the place a once-over. He finds a service medal under the front wheel of Marie's car, and back at the station, he looks up the serial number and learns that it belonged to a dude named Samuel Britt. But the computer also tells us that Mr. Britt was stabbed to death by an unknown assailant who even took the time to carve a pentagram into his chest, so he's obviously not our guy. I guess our stabby-happy perpetrator likes taking souvenirs from his victims too. Our boss told us there's another unsolved murder case in the files with a similar MO, and sure enough, this other dude also had a pentagram sliced into his chest after getting sushi'd. Marie didn't get a similar artistic treatment after she got slashed, so I'm not sure how the captain thinks these cases might be connected, but maybe he has a sixth sense about this sort of thing, who knows. The blade used in all 3 killings is the same size, so maybe that flimsy detail was enough to pique his spidey sense. Anyway, a witness says she saw the attack and got a good look at the assailant, so we spend a bit of time fucking around on the computer trying to put together a composite that matches her description. Yeah, that looks about right. And we come to find out that our perp is named Steve Rocklin. His pastimes include robbing people, doing crack cocaine in quotation marks, and presumably listening to Slayer while hanging out with his buddies in the Sons of Darkness cult. Oh, and probably long walks on the beach as well. It's a hell of a dating profile to be sure, but he's out on probation, so surely we know where to find this edgelord douchebag, right? I mean, someone must be keeping tabs on him, right? Yeah, of course not. You'd think our next step would be to get on the horn with his probation officer and check to see if he's at least got an address or something, but that would insinuate that anyone around here knows how to do their fucking job, and we know better than that at this point. Now, a much more sensible plan is to call it a night, go home, get some sleep, and hope the killer will do the same. Oh, well, ain't that just a bitch. This dude, who was murdered in the most spacious alley in all of North America, also has a pentagram carved into his chest, which we for some reason decide to examine while getting a face full of the deceased's crotch. We also get our freak on and feel up the dude's funky bits and come away with a driver's license of one Andrew Dent. Conveniently, the victim's wrecked car is only a few feet away, so we give it a closer look and find some gold paint residue, probably from a collision, so we scrape some off and send it to the lab for analysis. The rest of the scene comes up discouragingly empty, so it's back on the road with Officer Lizard Eyes, who at this point has been acting mighty suspicious, to the point where even Sonny's starting to take notice. Every time we've walked into the office, she's always been very quick to lock her desk drawer before making an excuse to leave, and whenever we go out for a drive, she always makes us stop by a payphone so she can make a call, and it's always the same payphone, located at the site of our wife's stabbing no less, so either there's only one payphone in the entire city, or she just gets her kicks from bringing up bad memories. Thanks. Anyway, these little trips to the payphone and her surreptitious desk drawer actions happen so often that Sonny's curiosity finally gets the better of him. But instead of adhering to any normal procedure or code of conduct befitting an officer of the law, he decides to swipe her keys while she's on the phone and have a copy of it made at a nearby key maker who incidentally looks like he's having just a little too much fun making these keys. Oh yeah, baby. This whole business seems like a weird breach of trust and a violation of personal property, no matter how sus a fellow colleague is acting, and let's be clear here, she is so blatantly sus that she might as well have a tattoo of Baphomet on her forehead, but still, even if this complete disregard for due process somehow ends up paying off and landing her in hot water, which, spoiler, of course it does, how is any of this going to be admissible as evidence when someone asks Sonny down the line how he came upon this information? Fuck it. Rules only apply to lawbreakers, not lawmakers, or in this case, law enforcers. So we carry on with our investigation as if nothing happened. The next day, the paint samples from the crashed car in the alley come back, and the lab has somehow been able to definitively conclude that the paint came from a 1976 General Motors sedan. Now, I'm not an expert on forensic paint analysis, so I actually had to look up if this was in any way realistic, and the answer is, yeah, to a point. You can trace a paint sample back to a certain batch of paint that may have been used in the manufacturing of a certain type of vehicle, but narrowing it down to a single make and model would mean that the batch of paint was only used in the production of one specific type of vehicle, and that's excluding, of course, the possibility that the owner of the car didn't just have his car repainted. There's also an extremely expensive procedure that definitely takes more than one day to carry out, especially considering that we handed in those paint samples as evidence mere hours before clocking out the previous day, so those eggheads at the lab must be putting in some serious overtime, but whatever. We'll slap this one with the Mythbusters plausible sign and move on. Anyway, using the locations of the known murders so far, Sonny plots them into the precinct's computer in the hopes of getting one step ahead of the killer and finding out where the next possible crime scene is going to be, because putting out an APB on anyone driving a 1976 General Motors sedan with fresh white paint marks and an obvious collision dent would make too much sense, I guess. And the resulting diagram comes up looking like a fucking pentagram. Good lord, I think I'm starting to see a pattern emerging here. We drive to the new location, fully expecting to be interrupting a fresh new slice and dice attempt, but instead come across a seedy dive by the name of The Old Nugget, which sounds suspiciously like a euphemism for what elderly couples get up to in the bedroom, and dear me, what's that parked out front? Why, it's a 1976 General Motors sedan with fresh white paint marks on an obvious collision dent. Well, ain't that just a fortuitous little coinky-dink? True to form, Officer Morales takes this opportunity to hang back scratching her gash while we do all the actual investigative work, because why would we expect anything less from her at this point? None of the bar patrons seem particularly enthused with Sonny's inquiries as to the owner of the vehicle parked outside, least of which this gentleman, bearing a striking resemblance to the mutant mock-up we did back at the station, who is apparently so confident that everyone else will have his back when suddenly, without warning, he pulls a gun and starts blasting at us. And, I mean, come on, it's not like anyone's gonna think this was just some random, unmotivated show of homicidal bravado. We were literally asking everyone in the bar about the car outside, to the point where one of them even remarked that anyone else smelled bacon in here. I don't care how much of a badass you are, opening fire on a police officer in a crowded bar is still one of the dumbest ideas this guy's ever had, and that includes paying money for a Slayer album.
Emotional, damn it!
Anyway, dumbass flees the scene and tips over his car on the freeway, so that's it, right? Mass murderer dead, so game over, right? Well, we still have the small matter of her partner being an incredibly obvious accomplice.
Oh God, I'm coming down!
So we might as well bury her alongside Mr. Expert Motorist here. She decides to make it easy for us because in the back of the crashed vehicle we find several bags of cocaine, which she is all too keen on taking care of, and when we get back to the station she immediately runs off to her car instead of dropping the cocaine off as evidence. For fuck's sake, are you even trying anymore? You might as well come straight out and say, listen Bonds, I'm off to do some blow in my car, and if you rat on me I'll have my pack of goofy death metal groupies do you in. Cool? Cool. So obviously we dash up to the office to have a look at what's so goddamn special in that drawer she keeps locking every time she leaves the room, and it's the combination to her locker. Come the fuck on, it's 3 fucking digits. How fucking rotted is her memory if she has to continuously remind herself of 3 fucking digits every time she has to run off to the locker room and snort some ninja dust? Because of course that's where she keeps her stash, of course it is. It's not anywhere clever like a secret compartment in her desk or under the floorboards of her car or in a hollowed out copy of the Necronomicon. No, it's just lying out in the fucking open inside her locker. There's just no thing as subtlety with this woman. So of course we rat her out to the captain and he just accepts these accusations at face value and says he'll look into them without asking any pertinent questions like how many rules Sonny had to break to come upon this information, or if he has any proof of her involvement with the cult, because I guess if you can get away with murder once, you can totally throw your partner under the bus by invading her personal space with nothing more than a gut feeling spurred on by her feisty attitude and penchant for making phone calls during work hours. Look, I'm not saying Officer IDDQD here doesn't have it coming, because good fucking lord she does. I'm just saying, I was under the impression that police officers had to follow, you know, rules and shit. I'm pretty sure they even have a book of them. Nah, fuck it, let's wrap this shit up. Our murderer may be on ice, but the coroner found something on his body that we somehow missed, even though I waved the fucking hand icon all over that piece of shit. But maybe Sonny's idea of frisking him was to just shove his hand down his pants and give him a post-mortem reach around. At any rate, Josh Mandel here, I'm serious, that's him, found a book with a pentagram, a ring with a totally metal insignia, and a newspaper clipping of Sonny's gormless face with that, oh dear, another pentagram. You know, there are other satanic symbols than just pentagrams. You do realize that, right? The book might look interesting, but Sonny has absolutely no intention of even so much as casually flipping through it, and spoiler, we never come to find out what it contains because it's just one more item to hand in as evidence. You think it might hold some interesting clues or a bit of backstory or something worth of notice or scrutiny, but no, it's just a book. Okay then. We do get an address for our recently deceased perpetrator, which you would think would be on record somewhere given that he was out on parole, but who cares about logic or common sense at this point? You'd think the next step would be to hightail our ass over there and see if there might be some clues there, but instead of heading there straight away, Sonny decides to go to the hospital and check on Marie. I'll come back to all this hospital shit in a minute, but I just want to mention this particular instance now because this happens on autopilot. It's not like you can choose which order you do this in. Sonny just feels like his personal matters are more important at this point than, I don't know, doing his fucking job or something. Anyway, by the time we finally get off our ass and go check out this house, the whole fucking building's on fire. Good thing we weren't in any hurry or anything. In a room at the back of the house, we find, you guessed it, more fucking pentagrams. And in the living room is a photograph of 2 men sharing a bro moment outside of a house, one of which is none other than our old pal Jesse Baines, Mr. Death Angel himself. Funny how this dick for brains keeps popping up in our lives even after we emptied an entire clip into his face at the end of the last game. Now all of a sudden we have a new antagonist to take care of because the dude next to Jesse in the photo is none other than his brother Michael, whom none of the previous games have even so much as mentioned in passing, and he's dressed in soldier fatigue, so it's safe to assume he's either in the army or in the cosplaying circuit, but let's go with the army. There's an army recruitment office near the mall, so we flash our badge and the photo of the Baines brothers, and the recruitment officer immediately ponies up Michael's service record with not so much as a cursory inquiry into Sonny's credentials. Turns out Michael was discharged after his brother's murder because he started acting all wobbly, and when we show the military record to the police psychiatrist, he immediately jumps to the conclusion that Mikey must be a schizophrenic psychopath. Really? You got all of that based off of a single sheet of paper? Very professional. So let's go break down his door with a battering ram and put this fucker behind bars, despite there being no concrete evidence to suggest that he is in any way associated with the cult and hasn't personally attempted to kill either Sonny nor his wife. I guess you could hypothesize that he might have been the second dude shown in the cutscene when Marie got stabbed, but he's only shown from the back in silhouette, and Stevie here was the only guy with all the Satanist paraphernalia on him, so Sonny's really only acting on a flimsy assumption that there's a connection between the two. You know, I'm starting to wonder if Sonny might be the one with a vendetta here. I mean, surely there's no way this guy could just be a troubled vet who was traumatized by his brother's death at the hands of the officer currently ramming his front door down, no less, and might be in need of, I don't know, psychiatric help? I mean, the dude just flat out gives up and lets himself be taken into custody with no resistance whatsoever, so, I mean, that's anticlimactic at best, really. If the thin veneer of believability wasn't already stretched to his absolute limit at this point, Sonny finds a secret passage in the fireplace by pressing a button on a TV remote. How the fuck did they have time to get this installed when they can't even fix the fucking stairs outside? Never mind. We climb down the stairs and find a surprisingly sparse drug lab guarded by a single dude who only shows up after you've done a lap around the table. Oh, down he goes. Officer Morales shows up, even though you'd think with the allegations Sonny threw at her to their fucking boss would have at least been put on suspension pending investigation, but why would we expect anything to make any fucking sense at this point? She walks over to the dead body, then turns on her heels and pulls a gun on Sonny as if this is some sort of big surprise, and while Sonny just stands there like a doofus, an unnamed police officer suddenly appears in the doorway and shoots her ass. Well, I guess internal affairs can take the day off, huh? Case closed, we're adjourned, good day, gentlemen. What the fuck? Are we even gonna wrap up all this Satanism bullshit? Are we even gonna find out why this Steve guy was out there slicing up 3 dudes with no apparent connection to either drugs, devils, or any personal vendetta against Sonny? Are we even gonna bother making any connection between Michael Baines and the cult beyond him having a drug lab in his basement, or how Morales wound up entangled with either the cult or a galloping dependency on nose candy? Was she a card-carrying devotee of Beelzebub, or was she just cranky that we cut off her supply? We'll never find out the answers to any of these things because the game just ends here. Well, almost. See, in between dicking around with all this Beavis and Butthead bullshit, Sonny has also been paying regular visits to his comatose wife, shoving roses and music boxes under her nose in the hopes it'll make her wake up and tell him to knock that shit off. There's even a pointless subplot where the catastrophically useless doctor and or his equally useless nurse mess up her dosage, which at first I thought was going to reveal itself as an integral part in this whole Satanist cult business, that these 2 yahoos were perhaps in on it and keeping Marie under her blankets for fear that she might wake up and ID the dick swatter who did this to her, but no, they're just shit at their job. The doctor even keeps leaving messages for Sonny to hurry up and get over to the hospital, only to tell him there's been no change in his wife's condition whatsoever. What a fucking twat. Meanwhile, the captain lives in some bizarre Groundhog Day-esque time pocket where after a certain point, he will repeatedly tell Sonny to get over to the coroner's office to pick up Steve Rockland's belongings, even though we already did that. And this will actually softlock the game something fierce because this stupid bug overrides a bunch of triggers that you've already fired, essentially trapping Sonny in some sort of limbo state between past events that haven't happened yet and future events that have already happened, and your only recourse is to load a save game and curse this game to hell once again. Something you will, by this point, be used to. Speaking of softlocks, this game absolutely fucking excels at them, and the vast majority aren't even due to oversights in the testing department, they're just dick moves of the highest gold standard. It's so easy to accidentally do the wrong thing, thinking you're following correct procedure, or neglecting to pick something up that you're then unable to go back and get once you realize you need it. Most infuriatingly of all, it pulls the King Graham and the Nest bullshit trick from King's Quest V by presenting you with a screen where you only have mere seconds to pick up a crucial item before you're irrevocably thrown into a purgatorial dead blue boy walking scenario. In this case, you're meant to grab the chain from the service medal from her hands before she gets tossed into the back of the ambulance, because apparently this slack-jawed twat and his friend, the mustachioed menace, will somehow manage to lose this crucial piece of evidence en route to the hospital. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the game does this rat bastard thing where the wait cursor is on the screen for the duration of the scene, giving you the impression that you just have to hang back and wait for events to play out until you regain control, unless you happen to move the mouse cursor up to the top of the screen and bring up the icon bar, which reveals that the hand icon is actually available and all the other icons are just grayed out. That's a cheap ass trick to pull, and this isn't even an isolated incident either. The game pulls this shit on multiple occasions. Even with a walkthrough on hand, I found myself having to replay vast sections of the game over and over again because I'd somehow failed to do something that turned out to be a requirement for making progress. For instance, during the first couple of days, you are required to pull over this groan-inducing racial stereotype in a spiffy ride, which is just a distraction and adds absolutely nothing to the plot whatsoever, but it's nevertheless a requirement for the game to proceed, because the next day, you find a subpoena demanding that you show up in court to remind this asshole that doing 20 miles per hour in the fast lane is fucking stupid. Oh, hi, Mr. Williams. This sort of thing dinks especially high on the fucking bullshit-o-meter, because functionally, this is just a case of an in-game trigger that won't fire unless you happen to come across this dude, whom I might add appears randomly as you drive up and down the freeway, so you might not even know he's even there. When I first played the game, I didn't see any traffic at all on the freeway, and it wasn't until my stream chat started sounding the alarm bells that I had to restore a game and start pissing up and down the freeway waiting for this fuckface to show up. It's just doubly infuriating because, yeah, the game does tell you that on the first day you're on traffic duty because the department is understaffed. Ha, fancy that. But there are several motorists you're able to pull over on this hell strip, and there's no way for the player to know that this specific jack-off is of any significance whatsoever, and his threat of "I'll see you in court" rings just as hollow as any of the other idiots who yell at you for doing your job, and it's not until later in the game that you find out that what should have been an optional side quest is actually a vital step in the game's progression. Piss off. There's a lot more to complain about, like this plotting in the pentagram puzzle that's apparently so infamous that it's borderline impossible to solve without a walkthrough. But I took one look at this thing and just went, right, fuck that, where's the walkthrough? I knew better than to spend any amount of time fucking around with this thing, and good thing I did, because otherwise I'd still be playing this fucking thing. There's a heartbreaking story on the Adventurers Guild blog of a guy who played this game when he was in high school in the late 90s and got stumped on this puzzle for a decade and a half until he decided to pick it up again and find a walkthrough online to help him get past this cockblock of astronomical proportions. Turns out he was doing the right thing all along, he was just being too precise. Instead of punching in the addresses as given out specifically by the game, he was instead just meant to plot them in somewhere along the middle of the roads in question. So he'd done the whole thing as intended. He'd drawn the pentagram, he discovered the location of the next supposed murder, but going there just told him there was no reason to investigate because the puzzle itself wouldn't acknowledge that he'd actually solved it. If it isn't clear already, Police Quest 3 is a clusterfuck of immense proportions, and it's not all down to just intentional malice on the part of the designer. In fact, by most accounts, Jim Walls had already mentally checked out by the time this game entered production, and while accounts differ depending on who you ask, it's pretty clear that he ran out of fucks to give well before the game reached its shipping date. Reportedly, other Sierra alumni had to step in and pick up the slack, most notably future Gabriel Knight designer Jane Jensen, who is credited as the sole writer on the game, something I find hard to believe given how talented a writer she is. I mean, this game is populated with so many tired stereotypes that you'd be forgiven for thinking this was a National Lampoon's parody instead of what's ostensibly supposed to be a realistic cop drama. But even if it's true, it certainly feels like she was working under a very intense deadline with very little material to work from. It's also rumored that guy from Andromeda, Mark Crow, who was art director on the project, also moonlighted as unofficial game designer, trying to scrap together puzzles and gameplay scenarios from whatever flimsy material he had to start with. The presentation itself isn't too bad at first glance. The backgrounds are well drawn, and the game uses digitized actors to portray the characters, most of whom were Sierra employees at the time. I wasn't kidding, that actually is Ken Williams playing the lawyer at the trial. But the more you look at the graphics, the more things start to slowly fall apart. The backgrounds are all drawn in this isometric perspective, which is an odd choice for a graphic adventure game, and it means that the characters will often walk diagonally through the scene, except for the doctor and nurse at the hospital who inexplicably scuttle sideways onto the screen like they're fucking crustaceans. And that's if they bothered animating the characters at all. Look at this crowd of bystanders at the alleyway crime scene who are suddenly forcibly yoinked away as if a black hole just spontaneously materialized behind them. The most obvious can't unsee once you've seen it example is Sonny himself, who seems to shrink a foot and a half from his side-facing sprite to his diagonal view. Look at him next to the police cruisers in the parking lot here. This dude would need a stack of phone books to sit on and a pair of bricks tied to his shoes in order to drive one of these things. The music is also somewhat bewildering. I mean, fresh off the heels of the kick-ass soundtrack to Police Quest 2, where in-house musician Mark Siebert did his best to channel Miami Vice-era Jan Hammer and succeeded admirably, this time they actually got fucking Jan Hammer himself to score the game, and I don't know, I think Mark Siebert actually came closer than the actual real McCoy here. The music isn't bad, don't get me wrong, it's far from it, but it lacks the sort of synth-heavy oomph that Mark Siebert pulled off with absolute aplomb in the previous game. I mean, just listen to the driving music in Police Quest 2. And the driving music in Police Quest 3. I don't know, to me it just sounds less exciting. It's like Bonds is out cruising in his off time, smoking a joint with his elbow out the window, rather than chasing down bad guys with his sirens blaring, but... oh, the driving. Of course we gotta talk about the fucking driving. Someone at Sierra must have heard the caterwauling of anguish from players around the globe at the obscenely atrocious driving sections in the first game and misinterpreted them as squeals of delight, because whoever it was, they decided to one-up the awfulness scaler by a factor of 11,000 and somehow succeeded in making it even worse. First of all, there's no way you're getting around in this game without the map that was included in the game box. Sure, there's the in-game radar, but it's next to fucking useless because, sure, it tells you your current location on the amazingly cubic city map of Lytton, but it doesn't tell you any of the street names or important landmarks such as the hospital, the coroners, or the courthouse, or even the fucking police station. Oftentimes, you'll be directed to a specific address somewhere on the map with no hope whatsoever of ever finding it unless you're willing to cruise around in circles waiting for the street names to blip onto the screen for a brief nanosecond. And even if you know where you're going, the driving mechanic itself is so amazingly unintuitive, it is enough to drive a lesser man to full-blown drooling insanity. Intersections careen past you at the speed of light unless you drive at a velocity that can be comfortably outperformed by your average backyard go-kart. To make a turn, you need to click a left or right arrow depending on which way you want to go, but the window of opportunity for making this turn is tighter than a cat's sphincter, and you can't use your keyboard to control the acceleration or turning because that just moves the fucking mouse cursor around. Instead, you have to laboriously move this thing up and down the absurdly small window in the top right corner with surgical precision and hope you don't click too fast or too slow or just outside the intended hotspot, because otherwise you'll be punished with an angry red X, which is this game's equivalent of calling you a dumbass. Not to mention you can't back up if you miss your turn, you'll just have to circle the block until you can get back and try again. Thankfully, there are no other vehicles on the road apart from the ones on the freeway you're meant to pull over, nor are there any traffic lights, so for the most part you're free to go as fast as you like in any lane you want, although going fast is highly discouraged because 1, as I said, it'll make navigating next to impossible, and B, there are stop signs at the edge of the map that, if ignored, will send you screeching off the edge of the world into a black void of nothingness and an instant game over. Okay, I think I've gone on long enough. In summary, Police Quest 3 is a disappointing half-baked idea of a game where nearly every facet feels rushed and incomplete. Plot points are introduced that never go anywhere, characters are introduced that serve no function whatsoever, and the puzzle design frequently amounts to getting screwed over because you fail to pick up something or do something. And honestly, it feels like most of this was due to the game being rushed through development. If it had been allowed to bake in the development oven a bit longer, there are actually some good ideas in here. It might have left the designers time to do a bit of research on Satanism and actually depict it accurately instead of relying on whatever garbage Christian conservatives at the time were trying to fill people's heads with. It might even have let them develop Morales' character a bit more beyond just being an abrasive cokehead, or given Marie something to do besides sleeping through the entire game. Hell, it might even have given them the opportunity to provide the two primary antagonists with believable motivations and backstories, or at the very least, given them a proper exciting send-off instead of the limp dick denouements we got where one of them is killed off screen and the other one just gives himself up without so much as a whimper of protest. As it is now though, Police Quest 3 is just a wet fart of a game. One that definitely got shoved out the door way before it was ready, and as a result, one that's not very much fun to play. I wasn't a big fan of the previous two Police Quest games, but at least they tried. This one just runs out of steam almost right out of the gate and spends the remainder of its excruciating runtime trying and failing to find some reason for its own existence.
And now, our feature presentation. Mike's Cabinet. During his investigation, Sonny must acquire a tracking device from Mike, the head technician at the precinct. The tracking device is in the drawer in Mike's cabinet. We join our thrilling story as Sonny attempts to locate Mike's cabinet.
Click on the cabinet to see what equipment is available.
That's Mike's cabinet. Don't look through Mike's cabinet. That's Mike's cabinet. Don't look through Mike's cabinet. That's Mike's cabinet. Don't look through Mike's cabinet. You look in the cabinet to see what loaner equipment is in stock.
What? What? It's Mike's cabinet. Don't look through Mike's cabinet. It's Mike's cabinet. Don't through. What is that hotspot?
You see a tracking device in the drawer.
Oh, but I saved the worst for last. When the game is finally over and Sonny rushes to Marie's bedside to find her awake, she announces that, dun da da da, she's pregnant. Oh, dear Lord, tell me it isn't true. Look, never mind that the game doesn't even acknowledge what potential harmful side effects being nearly stabbed to death and spending a week in a coma might have on a fetus. What could be more cruel than these two dipshits bringing new life into the world? I'd say it's somewhere between a wide-scale incurable pandemic and an asteroid crashing into a densely populated area. If anything could convince you to don a black hoodie and join the ranks of Satan himself, it is that no sane, benevolent God would ever allow these idiots to procreate. One of them is so devoid of personality and believable emotions that he might as well be an android, and the other one is so catastrophically unlucky that if you brought her to a casino, the whole building would just spontaneously catch fire and burn to the fucking ground. It is an absolute travesty that anyone would ever allow these two abhorrent specimens to pollute the collective gene pool, and for that I'm hereby crowning the ending of Police Quest 3 the worst ending I've ever seen in a computer game. Congratulations has got absolutely nothing on this fucking game. Anyway, this has gone on long enough, hasn't it? A quick, underwhelming bonus round. This game also came out in a 16-color EGA version.
Which was the style at the time?
It's only really worth mentioning for the hilarious paint over of Jim Walls and his threatening crotch stance. And there's an Amiga version as well, but predictably it's trash. Not because of the Amiga itself, glory be to the age of Commodore's home computer era, but because all of Sierra's games on the Amiga around these times were trash. I did a whole video about why, you can go check that out if you like. Really, the most interesting part about Police Quest 3 is how bafflingly poor it is on virtually every front. Again, there are some good ideas here, but they're all half-baked and underdeveloped, making for a very unsatisfying experience that best serves as a cautionary tale of why you shouldn't rush through development just to meet a deadline. And somehow, even with all of that said, it isn't even the worst in the series. No, that dubious honor goes to its sequel, Police Quest 4, so wish me luck, because that's what we'll be tackling next. Until such time, take care, god damn it, take care, and I'll see you around the Chrono Stream. Bye!
Hey, what's up guys, Ruff here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the current state of Crimson Desert a few days after its official release. Now this game got off to a hot start, but it found some trouble thanks to very negative reviews provided by games journalists and a bunch of scrutiny provided by the usual suspects on social media. However, as the days have passed on since its official release, this game has actually attracted more and more concurrent player counts and more positive reviews because people are finding out the truth. This open world action adventure game that features no woke nonsense is actually very appealing to people once they give it a chance. However, on release, games journalists and activists on social media came out with a slew of incoherent complaints about this game, including complaints about a lack of diversity in the game. But here's the shocking part. It actually worked for a bit. At one point, this game was at a 50-50 reviewer rating on Steam. However, as the days have gone on and more people actually tried out this game instead of listening to journalists and activists, it's raised from about 50-50 to nearly 80%, a mostly positive set of reviews for this game, much to the dismay of woke journalists who are crashing out on social media now that this game has turned things around, including people like this saying the loser gamer chuds are celebrating this as an anti-woke victory, and it's making them very, very upset. So what's going on with Crimson Desert? Well, this was a much hyped up release. Again, this is an open world action adventure game, and of course, it had a great level of success. Nearly 15 minutes out of the gate, it broke 100,000 concurrent players, which, that's sort of a number for a game like this. That is a great, great start. However, almost immediately, this game was bombarded with negative reviews from reviewers such as IGN, who gave this a 6 out of 10 rating, basically saying it's very underwhelming and boring. Now, that's very rich coming from IGN, who once gave Dustborn and Concord 7s individually, and even gave Dragon Age the Veilguard a 9. So any sort of rating coming from IGN, especially a 6, means absolutely nothing, but it did seem to have an impact on whether or not some people are willing to give this game a shot in the first place. Let's move on to some other reviews. This one coming from Jason Schreier, who has retired from Twitter, for facing valid criticism over the years, and eventually moved on to the echo chamber known as Blue Sky. He left a review for Crimson Desert, calling it boring and soulless, and that he didn't want to play this at all anymore, and said this game feels like it was designed for people who just want to consume content. Now, of course, nobody likes a consumer who will simply buy whatever slop comes their way because that's just what they feel like doing, and they just want to buy something no matter what the quality or what the messaging is for a particular product. But yeah, at the end of the day, people are consuming content. These are video games. It is content that you are consuming. So just calling it something that people wanted to consume as a form of content is not really a valid criticism unless you provide some sort of rationale as to why that is a bad thing in this case. But then again, just like with IGN, you think about who is sharing this message, and journalists like Jason Schreier are completely immune to predicting the success of a game. This is the same guy who looked at the initial launch of Dragon Age the Veilguard and saw 58,000 concurrent players on the first day of release and said, go woke, go top the charts. And of course, we know that Dragon Age the Veilguard completely ripped BioWare apart and was a massive failure. And think about that 58K number, right? Like, Crimson Desert nearly doubled that in the first 15 minutes of its release. But when confronted with people asking whether or not they genuinely enjoy turds like Dragon Age the Veilguard, Jason Schreier, in his professional capacity as a games journalist, said, I actually don't like the game very much, but I like seeing you chuds get dunked on. Yes, this is a 50-something-year-old man unironically calling detractors on the internet chuds. But we keep moving forward. There's some reviews on Metacritic complaining that Crimson Desert does not have enough LGBTQ plus representation. One review that provided a 0 out of 10 said this game is disappointing because it had no LGBTQ representation at all. It's disappointing in 2026. This isn't about politics, it's about feeling invited to play and included in the world the game is trying to build. Amazing stuff, stunning and brave. Now you think all of these reviews and complaints are ridiculous, but it was working. Like I said, it prevented some people from even trying this game, and it even had an impact on the studio who designed it, Pearl Abyss. Pearl Abyss and their share price plummeted nearly 30% after the first reviews arrived for this game. This is a very big deal, okay? A 30% drop based largely on the negative reviews. And like I said, on Steam there for a moment, it was sitting at a 50-50. A lot of people were reading into what the journalists were saying and having a very negative outlook on this game or giving it a very small chance. To add on top of that, there were complaints about AI usage in this game. A Redditor discovered an AI-generated artwork in Crimson Desert, and you know how certain pockets of people on social media are when it comes to AI, they get very upset. Now here comes the irony, once again, consider the source. One of the journalists reporting on this is IGN, who complained about the AI-generated art assets contained in Crimson Desert, while of course using Sprout Social, which is an AI tool. They literally made this article using AI tools in order to complain about AI-generated art assets. The irony is palpable. However, some people made a big fuss about this on social media, saying that they're refunding this game immediately, despite the fact that Crimson Desert came out and addressed this immediately and removed any sort of AI-generated art in the game. But then again, who's the source? Look at the person making this complaint. A game dev for Intergalactic. Yes, this Intergalactic that has a brutal like to dislike ratio for its official trailer on YouTube. And that is the person who is whining about this. Very interesting behavior coming from a game dev who is immediately pitting themselves against Crimson Desert. Meanwhile, they should be worrying about what's going on in their own backyard as opposed to what's going on at other studios. But of course, self-awareness is not really in the making of these sorts of game devs or anyone who'd be working on Intergalactic for that matter. But it's not just game devs and journalists complaining about it, social media users as well. We see this sort of sentiment from some users saying, is this game actually going to be good, or is this going to be another Wukong situation? Another Wukong situation. The rewriting of history when it comes to Black Myth Wukong is very strange. I mean, look at this game, right? This is a single-player game that released nearly 2 years ago, and it's still sitting at 4,200 in-game players with a 96% positive rating. Okay, this was a triumph. Peaked at over 2 million concurrent players. This was a massive success, but now it's being considered a game that's overhyped. Like, this is crazy. And you can see right here, on the same vein of these reviews being very misleading, Crimson Desert has around just shy of an 80 Metascore from the critics, but compare that to Black Myth Wukong, that had an 81. And also Stellar Blade, that also had an 81. So like, even the meta scores here are very, very hard to rely on, especially given their history with games like Black Myth Wukong. But of course, I think there was a big issue with the influence of journalists and people having a very short fuse and tolerance for this game. In fact, there was a large number of players quitting Crimson Desert and even getting refunds because the first puzzle in the game was too hard. Yes, people were giving up that fast, and I think a lot of it is because of a super negative perception they were getting from journalists, game devs, and social media users who said this game is garbage. And when they saw the first obstacle in their way, they immediately quit because they already wanted to quit on it in many sorts of ways. We also had people like this trying to take an early victory lap the day or so after its release, tagging content creators like Smash JT, Very Dark, and Top G8 here, saying, can you explain this discrepancy, referring to the reviews on SteamDB for Marathon versus Crimson Desert, saying, I thought Crimson Desert was going to be the game to own the libs or something, and somehow it's getting worse reviews than Marathon. Well, that was a big mistake. Never spike the ball in the end zone too early here, because, well, things would turn around quickly. As you can see, it went from a 50-50 rating to well over 70 in just the last 24 hours or so, completely turning things around. In fact, it got close to 80% at one point. And look at the peak player count for the day. It's around 205,000 in-game players as of recording this video. And overall, it looks amazingly healthy. The peak concurrent count is actually increased the last couple of days, reaching the all-time peak several days after its release. It's actually improving over time because people are coming out and giving this game a chance in spite of everything games journalists and activists on social media are trying to say about this game. And part of the reason things are going better is because the developers have been on top of things. They have come out with a lot of changes, and of course the developers are Pearl Abyss, and they've been very quick coming out and addressing all of the complaints and making a lot of moves, and people are responding very well. It is no secret that right after this set of new changes through this patch, they reached their all-time concurrent player count. That is a very good sign. Now also realize that user pointed out Marathon. Yeah, Marathon has an 85% review rating, but right now it's sitting at 34,000. I mean, only a tiny fraction of what Crimson Desert has right now. And just look at the all-time here. It has been dwindling consistently every single day, despite having some changes come out. It hasn't really impacted much. Like, Marathon, like I said, was never going to be a gigantic flop. It wasn't going to be a Concord, but like these numbers seem pretty disappointing for a game that had a budget in the hundreds of millions. But I guess that is a comparison point now people are using. You can see some journalists like Paul Tassi, I mean, another positive impact by Paul Tassi here, saying, me, when I see Crimson Desert increase from 58% to 78% positive Steam reviews in 72 hours. He is on the right side of history as a journalist for another release in a row. Good on him, but not every person in the games journalism scene was happy about things turning around for Crimson Desert. You see Andy Cortez here, absolutely losing his mind, saying, truly had no idea the loser gamer chuds were claiming Crimson Desert's success as an anti-woke victory, LMAO. They just make up the weirdest nonsensical stuff. So yeah, this guy's jimmies are totally not rustled here. He's talking about loser gamer chuds, aka anyone who disagrees with him on anything. And he is saying that people are claiming this as an anti-woke victory. I don't really know about that. I don't really see many people doing that. I just think people are saying the game is getting more positive coverage and positive reviews the second people stopped listening to games journalists and actually tried out the game for themselves. I think there is definitely a lesson here. And just look at this guy. Like, what is this guy even doing? I mean, this guy's so audience captured by his own agenda. He has to include this in his handle, saying that he didn't pay for the blue check mark. He has to make sure to all the people that follow him that he is not supporting Elon Musk with this blue check mark. He didn't pay for it. He has to make this clear because otherwise he's going to get eaten alive by the progressives he is trying to appeal to so desperately. You know, the totally normal person over here who recently directly tagged Asmongold and said that when his father passed away, it made things worse for him because the guy had no one left to disappoint, and then called him a ugly, racist cretin. Yes, totally progressive and empathetic as usual with these individuals. But there were some more responses from Mighty Keef here, one of the shills in the industry, saying, I was shocked to not see the usual grifters posting 50 times a day about Crimson Desert's negative receptions at launch until I found out they, for whatever reason, tried to adopt it into their culture war. Their hypocrisy has no end. Had this been a game they thought clashed with their ideals in any way, you would see headlines like Crimson Desert a failure, everyone hates Crimson Desert, and other hyperbolic rhetoric. I think the lady doth protest too much. I think Mighty Keef here is projecting, because if this game was presented, as they're trying to claim, as some anti-woke triumph, these people would be dancing in the streets if it was failing. Okay, but because this game turned things around in spite of what journalists were trying to do to it for days, all of a sudden now they're seething and coping about it trying to say that people would have not talked about its failure because it's some sort of agenda push here. I don't really understand. I think this game is just a regular game. I don't think there's really an agenda here at all. I think it just came out and gave people an enjoyable experience without any woke nonsense. That's kind of like what the standard is supposed to be, and now it's succeeding because people are enjoying the content and ignoring what a bunch of whiny crybabies like Andy Cortez have to say about it. Like, nobody actually cares what this guy has to say, and now that his little victory he thought he had and journalists thought they had with the tough starts, or at least the not perfect start for Crimson Desert, it's been evaporated. Now they're whining about the loser gamer chuds and making this all about the culture war stuff, which of course now people like this are accusing their ideological opponents of doing while doing it themselves.
Hey, before one more of you rats dives off this ship for your precious little GameCube, let me make something clear. Xbox didn't fail, you all failed us. This is all your fault. Xbox has one little decade-long stumble and suddenly you're all packing your bags for the GameCube. Meanwhile, Nintendo can walk right up to you, steal your wallet, and sell it back to you as a collector's edition, and you'd thank them for it. But the second we tried to innovate by raising prices, removing features, or shutting down a studio or two, we're the villains? Wow, hypocrisy much? Wow. Meanwhile, PlayStation's out here winning awards for glorified tech demos. Wow, Astrobot can jump? Wow, Game of the Year. Master Chief can jump too. Why not Halo Infinite? No, really, explain it to me. Because from where I'm standing, Xbox is doing everything perfectly, flawlessly, and heroically. And you all want to step out on us? Gabe, how could you do this to me? We dock our super yachts in the same dock. We're the box guys. We invented boxes. But hey, no. Hey, it's fine. Because obviously, all of this is your fault. If you people had just played what we told you to play, none of this would be happening. We gave you perfection, and you spat in our faces. So congratulations, you broke Xbox. That's how these people sound. Their company is taste testing the barrel of a shotgun, and they're giving themselves 22% raises. Xbox is on the rocks. Crack rocks, that is. And if me and you are being honest with each other, this company has been on the crack rocks since they made that NSA spy device. The Kinect was an elf on the shelf that was spying on behalf of the government. They probably knew your parents' marriage was ending before you did. They definitely know you spank it every night at 2 a.m. Charlie. But I didn't come here to spread the truth. I came here to spread Matt Booty's whole dumbass idea that their real competition is TikTok. I'm sure this has nothing to do with your ass getting kicked by PlayStation. I'm sure you really believe brain rot is why your console sales are down 29%. Xbox used to make all-time hits. Now they make promises that they'll still be in business next year. Their president had to take a second job at the Dino Nuggies company. And where's Phil at? He's off paying men to work his joystick. Why the hell are they doing all this? I'll tell you. One day, a suit woke up, saw Activision's 34% profit margin and decided Xbox should have all that too. His reasoning?
I like money.
The next day, that suit talked to another suit, and in a twisted turn of fate, he also liked money.
Can't believe you like money too.
So then those suits talked to the bigger suits, and believe it or not, they all said, I mean, they just want all that money for all that money they want. Yeah, got them. So they made an official decree saying, we want more money. Now, are 30% margins even possible for Xbox? No. Did that stop them? Absolutely not. Which is why, if you're an Xbox fan right now, your wallet is taking it in all holes. Look at these Xbox prices. $500 to $600 to $650. Jesus Christ, how expensive is Ozempic, Philip? Then if you think that's bad, they got a handheld coming out that is $1,000. If this hobby gets any more expensive, I'm gonna start reading fucking books. Hang on, I'm getting a booty call. That's what I call my special calls with Mr. Booty. Gaming's new competition is ducks. Their 30% profit goal is going so well that their console sales are down 29%. Costco won't even sell their consoles anymore. You know how bad you have to be for Costco to stop selling you? They still sell Tab Cola and PlayStation 5s. In fact, Costco hates Xbox fans so much that they actually make them take a separate entrance in the back. On a positive note, they announced they're not gonna do $80 games until they do $80 games. And on the newest Halo remaster, they announced that because they only made half the game, they're only gonna charge you double. Does any of this fit in Matt Booty's whole vision for Xbox? China is bullish on ducks. I repeat, China is bullish on ducks. We got annihilated by the ducks, so gaming's new competition is a job application. Alright, what else we got? Oh yeah, I was gonna have a whole studio shutdown section, but Microsoft shut it down. Game Pass. You don't play Xbox games anymore, you subscribe to them like a gym membership you're too depressed to cancel. But that membership now costs $360 a year. For what? Avowed and a bunch of shovelware that goes on sale for $5? Fuck all that, I'll just buy them. A more affordable plan is coming, but it's gonna have ads, which pissed off a lot of people. But I think if you saw the ad placement, you'd see there's nothing to worry about. You're not even gonna notice them.
Maria! God damn it, it's me, Dominic! It's Dominic!
Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper.
Gaming's new competition is the Holy Bible. They removed the 10% discount on games and replaced it with sweatshop labor for good boy points. Grind enough, and you'll earn a whole $1.25. So you're telling me, if I spend the next 300 days of my life playing Xbox, I can pay for the sales tax on 1 month of Game Pass? Ew, boy! Sign me the fuck up! Another one of the great quotes by Xbox is, the best way to innovate is having good margins. Is that why you spent $80 billion on 2 franchises that have been milked to death? Get the hell out of here. Their business strategy was so ass that GamerSupps made a commemorative mouse pad just to celebrate how ass it was. Now YouTube would nuke my house and firebomb the ashes if I show you the full thing, so check out the link below using code BAILMONEY for 10% off. And sure, maybe Xbox doesn't have exclusives anymore, but that's the genius of it. You can't lose the console war if you stop showing up to the battlefield. Look at it this way. If a cop pulls me over for drunk driving and instead I turn it into a high-speed chase, now I'm not competing for my sobriety, I'm competing for who has the fastest car. Besides, according to their president, Xbox games are antiquated anyway because everyone's playing Roblox. Sarah? How can you say that when Sunset Overdrive made you $567? Where the hell is Todd Howard anyway? What the hell are you working on, Ray Todd? You're 10? Gaming's new competition is ducks. Shit, I already said that. Gaming's new competition is gaming. Gaming's new competition is the lack of booger sugar in this goddamn office. Pimps, I think we really cracked Matt Booty's whole argument here. Xbox hasn't been the same since Bill Gates got cream pied on live television, but things are turning up. They finally made a great game, so let's flash over to Porky Fleek to kick off our Ninja Gaiden 4 review. She had those huge honkers. Astounding insight as always, Porky Fleek, and congratulations to Xbox for finally making a good game. We just got word Microsoft is going to find the men responsible and execute them posthumously. Xbox, this is how we fuck you. Thanks to the flock of pimps for bankrolling this video, and another huge thanks to all the pimps who use code BAILMONEY. We are over 75% of the way to that cup. We're doing it, pimps. Start thinking of what you want to put on that cup, because we're going to put it on, then we're going to go. All right, I got to go.
I don't like the shoes. I don't like the shoes.
Oh shit, man. I think this one's gone bad. I think we gotta get rid of the juice. Nine! Nine! I love this!
Ach, you call that an MP5? Das ist ein Stück Scheiße. You Americans are very funny, yeah? Oh, you 3D printed that? No way. I'm a developer at HK. I don't think this is okay. Look at this. The way you massacred my boy. This looks a little chunky, yeah? Isn't this already patented or something? I don't know if you're allowed to do this. You're messing with German engineering. Where is the magnets? Hans, I think we have a problem. Ich habe eine MP5, you give a little slap. Ich habe eine MP5, we slap it just like that. Ich habe eine MP5, we have a little fun. Ich habe eine MP5, a 3D printed one.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap. Do you mean to tell me that you made this in your living room with just a 3D printer? Yeah. Oh, I still don't quite understand. You mean you just squirted it? What? I squirted it, yeah. I squirted it out of the 3D printer with plastic in my living room, yeah. I'm scared. This could mean anyone could 3D print it in the living room. I think that's the point, yeah. But it's very scary. Well, sometimes the world is a scary place. Slap it with your left, slap it with your right. Slap it in the day and slap it in the night. Slap it like you mean it. Slap it like a god. I I slap it when I see it. It always gets me hard.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap.
Zero word of the day! Mukbang! I heard that these kinds of videos get lots of views. Today I have an assortment of food that I got for free. Okay, I might have scammed DoorDash. It might have been on Gumi's account. The aforementioned account might be banned now. Please don't tell her. Anyways, time to hide the evidence.